in a world like none other, there comes one man in search of plastic, in search of cons. He is known as Plasticon. Join him as he brings toys from another dimension to a household near you. So this video I'm currently working on right now, trying to put up, is for my computer build. I'm just trying to get it done because I did a lot of work to it, and I still have some quirks to work out, but I know it's a very lengthy video, so I hope you guys enjoy what I've done. I know it's going to take some time before I put up a follow-up video, but yeah, it's been a while since I've built a brand new computer, so you guys can enjoy what I'm doing. It's some ASMR for you, hear me ramble and bang on things and whatever else. You guys might actually enjoy it. I know it's fairly lengthy, but I hope you guys will stick around long enough to see how far I get and what goes on. So yeah, I got a lot of stuff I have to do to get this operational to the way I need it to be. Currently right now, this is my old computer. Lots of hard drives. And it's the tower down here. Slide on so that you can see. Hey, there we go. Getting ready to upgrade. It actually has a hot swap, which is cool. As you can see, it's got quite a few USBs on it. It's been a good machine. I've had this thing for a very long time. I bought it brand new back when it first came out, so. And it's had a lot of upgrades since then, but it's not as good as what I'm going to be needing now, considering I'm doing more video editing. So now he's going in this beast of a box, which is huge. More power connectors. More power connectors, and got my nice little cooler master here I'm going to put in it. I'm at the new age of this stuff, so I got some pretty good deals. I got some thermal paste here, and some nice DDR5 here, 32 gigs of it, by the way. I don't want my camera's wigging out like it is right now. And put an i9 in there. And got this to expand so that way I can put more hard drives in this tower. This motherboard only supports so many. And this is the beast. That's going to be powering it all. So I'm hoping it's going to do the trick. First time I built a modern machine in, well, it's been over a decade. But that's okay. So, time to set this thing on tripod and get it building. Alright, so I've disassembled my other computer. That's my old one. You guys can see it. Power's right there. That's the power supply. It's going to go in that machine when I rebuild it. I've already done like a backup on the hard drive and everything, so it should be good to go. Then I've got this new power supply. It's a little rocket-ish power supply. It's a 550 watt. This is the old video card. This is going to go back in that machine. Basically, I'm kind of putting that machine back to factory. What we're about to do is put this little Asus here I got on a GeForce system back in here, because that's what I had running before. So, without further ado, I'm about to pull these two here out. I believe the two I'm gonna need. Okay, so yeah, there'll be these two grates here I'll have to pull out to put this in properly in there, because this thing takes 2 slots, so. Far too clumsy to do that. So. There we go. The reason I'm doing this before the power supply is the power supply goes in the very bottom of this thing, and it's a lot harder to put in, and the wires have to get fed up through things, so just a little easier for me to install the video card. And I haven't put in the other hard drives yet. I just literally just disassembled them and pulled all the parts. So I don't know right now, I don't have a working computer. Not that it won't work, because it will. Give this thing a good blow out. And a little bit of dust in it. It's not terrible, because I tend to keep my machines pretty clean on the inside. Flip this lever back. There we go. Time to put the screws back in. It's a little GeForce GTX. It's an overclocked card I bought a couple of years ago. It's honestly been working pretty well, so. I really shouldn't have any issues video card wise. Did notice though when I was doing this that I'm gonna be down at least 2 USB, one on the back and one on the front, so I have to kind of be picky and choosy, I guess, on what I'm using now. we go. Video card is installed. So that's done. Now we're going to figure out the power supply. Yeah, I just figured I would just rip the tape off, get into this thing. I haven't opened a new tower in many years. I'm trying not to cardboard cut myself on the knuckles when I'm trying to do this. That would be bad. This upgrade was necessary because I'm doing a little more heavier video work for a local comic shop that I work at, and I also need to just expand things. My older tower is kind of done the best it could do. It's overloaded right now, really. To pull this thing out. Lay it on the side. You guys have noticed I don't have a whole lot of room. This apartment's kind of small. But I'm big on keeping my equipment, because equipment is something that's really expensive and hard to replace sometimes. So it's really necessary to do this. Alright. This thing is called the Plasticon Storage Master. It's a beast of a tower. Upside down right now because I had to slide it out. It's about I'd say about a 20-pound tower. Empty. Some people are like, it's huge. And it's huge for a reason. I mean, I need the space. There we go. I love the smell of brand new electronics. But as you can see, it's got this magnetic mesh, which is kind of nice. Makes it easy to keep clean, especially for the top. I don't know how well this is coming off on the camera, but it's got pretty large fans already installed. It's got your sideways, and even like, because your motherboard normally goes this direction, it's got it that way if you wanted to put an expansion card, you can make your cards go this direction, which is kind of cool. I won't really be using this bay, but that's okay. It's cool to have the option. An instruction manual to it. If you guys want to see what one this is, it's kind of cool. It's a pretty neat looking tower. It's got a lot of very interesting variables in it, considering this thing holds up to 12 hard drives, which is exactly what I was looking for. I kind of really wished I would have found something that had a CD-ROM slot, but this didn't have it, but that's okay. I've got an external, which works just fine. Love the fact everything here's a thumb screw. That helps a lot, especially when it comes to disassembly. So I'm big on things being easy to get into, especially when it comes to repairs. This actually has a magnetic mesh underneath it as well, so I can take the mesh off the bottom as well to keep it clean. The front has 3 large fans. This is kind of a plastic, which is okay, but it's got a lot of airflow. Like this side here's got a few vents, but this side here, it's all vent, which is good. Is it going to light up and look pretty? Yeah, but I mean, I primarily bought this for a machine that is used for work. It'll also be a gaming machine too, so let's go ahead and take these side panels off. Take a look at this thing. This is like the type where the screws stay in the side panel. Just slides right off. Yeah, I like that, where the screws can actually retain and hold themselves in. That's good. I love that. Because I hate having to have an area to store parts, especially when it comes to those bits and pieces. This thing's got quite a bit of storage on the inside, it looks like. It's got room for SSDs. It's got room for your normal size hard drives, which go here. And then you got your couple spaces here, and then down here at the bottom is your power supply area. So I'm just curious, how is all this going to go in? I don't know. I'm actually going to have to take a look at that. And it looks like the other side here needs to come off, because that looks like that's where they stored all the bag of goodies these usually come with. So that way you can mount your boards and all that happy hoo-ha. Everything just slides off, which is nice. Really into that. Yep. Here's the bag of goodies. It's got lots of zip ties in here. Let's see what else it's got. I'm always in trying to see what the bag's got. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4 SATA cables, it looks like, which is nice, because expansion is what this machine's about. And then I've got my power lead here. This is supposed to be for your fans, so that way you can hook all the fans up correctly. Got a few zip ties in there. So I got little plastic standoff pieces here in case I need those. And then we got our little baggie here of screws, which is primarily probably going to be for putting in hard drives and stuff. But some people aren't a huge fan of tools. That's why I have it all in one here. That's got pretty much every screwdriver I need. It's also got a light, which is okay. It's not the best light, but hey, at least it's a light. Kind of helps sometimes. That thing's really ancient. I've had it for a very long time. It looks like this tower's got quite a bit of cool stuff in it. And I was looking on the side, and the side actually has a lot of cables already ran inside the tower, so I kind of have to analyze everything and look at it to see what's actually ran and what isn't. See how I need to install things, because this tower is a beast, and I wanted a beast because I wanted something that, like I said, I can expand on, and something that isn't necessarily going to give me any issues in the future, especially with the ease of like installing things. This thing's like really kind of light now. There's a couple here for your smaller SSDs. And it's got, looks like, cradle down here, so that way you can put your couple more of your normal size hard drives. And then it's got these cradles here, 2 of them. These are, I believe, are just temporarily put here, but one of these will actually mount on top of the one down at the bottom, so that way I can actually do something with it. But yeah, I need to clear out space to actually start assembling this thing. Alright, so did my digging. I got 2 sets of standoff bits that will help hold the fan system in. The ones I need are these little buggers. So I gotta put those on. Do not need these screws at the moment. But I've got this, and this is the back plate piece that I need to put on to allow me to do what I need to do. You're probably not seeing this very well because I don't know how to zoom in so far. And there we go. Yeah, I know, it's a mess, like me. So yeah. Anyway. This thing's kind of a square, so. And these actually hold the fan on the system, so I'll put those aside. It's kind of funny though, because I actually have a Cooler Master glue thermal paste that came with the processor fan. I didn't realize it had one, so that's pretty great. But I haven't put the processor in yet. I'm not going to do that until I get the back plate put on, because I don't want to be jostling around the processor. So this right here will actually just kind of fit in, just like so. Set this down. There we go. And then these will actually kind of screw in to the bits. Like so. I'm just kind of putting them in by hand right now. So yeah, I just thought of something though. I gotta figure out which direction he's gotta go. Because it looks like either I can go either direction, so I got to put a processor in before I can do anything. I was kind of hoping I didn't have to actually put the processor in until I actually had the board installed into the tower, but it's not the case. I have built some in the past though that you just you screw the little bits in and all this stuff would just not actually screw in like it does on this, but you know, it's all the legal jargon. You'll see, it really just depends on the type of system you have to install these processors. And what's funny is the instructions on this is literally identical to the same thing that the motherboard itself has, so it's kind of silly. It does have this nice little Intel Core sticker here, which is nice. I'm gonna probably end up putting that on the case when I get done with it, because I like stickers and decals. Some people like that stuff, and some people don't. That's what it is. Alright. Pull the heart out of this cardboard. Here it is. Once you guys can look at that, you guys can see it very well. Probably can't. It's kind of hard to see in this. yeah. Love this little processor. It's gonna be great. Okay. And just kind of pop it open just like so. Now, as for this, kind of push down, go over to the side, and then go up. And if you let go of this thing has some recoil to it. I mean, I can launch a freaking spit wad from here to like Albuquerque in that thing. But anyway, let's lift this back, and that reveals the area where the processor goes, which is right there. That big old hole right there. Let's see if I can tilt the camera down here a little bit for you all so you guys can see it a little better. There you go, we get to witness all the glory now. Oh. I wished I had a better setup for this stuff, but you know, this really wasn't something I was planning on doing for many years, but we had come across a really good deal. See, the thing is, you have to find the carrot, and the carrot's right there. That tells you which side is actually nicked. Because if you look at the way the processor's got all these little pins, and what's great about these processors is they're flat. Years ago, they used to stick up, and you had to make sure it sat in perfectly. But when they do these things now, is so much easier than what it used to be. I remember back when I had to like literally force the pins into the thing. I gotta make sure this thing seats in here correctly. So if you don't, you can crack the board, you can crack the processor. Literally a thing you have to kind of be very aware of when you're seating a processor. I'm gonna double check this. Spotlight. Yeah, see, I don't like how that's setting. Okay. It's got these little notches. These little notches here on the sides. You gotta make sure those are in there. And the carrot goes toward this. So if you happen to ever get this board, you actually have to make sure that carrot's facing toward the end of the tunnel sink. And just drop that down. And then this thing, when you do this, it pops this off. This is just a plastic cover. You can keep this for like future use if you decide to ever take the processor out. It's just basically to keep all the pins clean. Alright. Let's push this old sucker back down. There we go. Now comes the fun parts. So my processor fan's gonna have to go that direction. So I got my handy dandy instruction manual here. And this is where the little screws are going to come in handy, because the little screws actually attach these to the larger part of this cool sink. So I have to take the cool sink out, attach those little tiny screws to that, and then drop it in and then screw everything down. After obviously putting thermal paste down before I actually seat it. So I was going through the context here. And this should have like all my little screws and such, and that's exactly what this bag is. This bag has got like the little standoffs and everything. Everything's black, which is cool, but okay. I'm going to have to go through and figure out which standoffs I have, but it's the fan lead, and the fan on this actually has 3 for the front, 1 for the back. 1 here for the back. I just kind of tugged on this a little bit, found out this is the one for the very back. So this one I'm going to leave off for now because this is probably going to get routed and sent through here to plug it directly into the motherboard. And as for these 3, these are for the front. So I'm going to actually just plug these directly into there. And there's really kind of a, you know, a one-way type of thing that you do here. These aren't really something that you can kind of screw up. These are all set up just for, you know, 3 wires. It's kind of crazy. This is the fan splitter cable. So you just plug them in, just like so. This is kind of a universal style because it's set up for just obviously like your normal power. There you go. That's all attached. So I'm going to tuck it under here too. I don't want the fans to actually just be kind of sat to the side. That's not going to get messed with until like way till the point I've actually installed the motherboard. But the first thing I have to do now is figure out where the standoffs go on this. But I need to get a container and put these in real quick so I don't lose these and get them all mixed up. Alright, so now I gotta figure out where the standoffs are located on the motherboard. This already came with some standoffs pre-installed, which is kind of nice. Looks like it may need a couple down here. No, maybe not. So I'm pretty sure this full board's going to fit without any modifications to the stuff. So I've got the I believe this is, I think this is sort of wireless antenna. I don't ever do anything wireless. I'm never doing anything wireless, but that's cute that it comes with an antenna that's very Transformers guys that are on my channel love that. The way that feels. Well, that's cool. It'll probably remain in a box. I probably won't ever use it. Knowing me. Because I don't ever really use wireless. I'm not a wireless kind of person. I've always hardwired everything. Because I don't care what anybody says, hardwire still runs faster than non-wired. Set the board right there. Got the I/O plate. Instruction manual. Documentation. Web storage, something I don't ever use. I'll get that box out of the way. This actually came with a couple more SATA cables and some more standoff screws and such. So, not really sure exactly what some of these are for. probably for the SSDs that actually are the stick ones that go in. I don't ever use those. I'll probably pre-install them so they're in there, but I won't actually use those because I don't have those kind of discs yet. Because it's supposed to be able to support at least 3 onboard solid state drives. This is something I haven't done in a long time. Just unpackaging one of these. Sorry, I just love the smell of new electronics. I always have. So I'm going to get the back of the eye of the board. Let's see if I get this on. I can make sure I match it correctly. And it just pops in the back. You guys can't see that. That's this little metal thing here. It clicks into position. No, part of it did. I'm trying to get the bottom out to line up before I can do the top. This is still one of the scariest things to do because these things are very sharp sometimes. So you can easily cut yourself with one of these. And somebody out there's like, oh, you should be wearing gloves and all this insanity. I'm like, I've been building computers for a very long time in my life and I haven't ever messed with gloves and stuff for all this. It's literally one of those things I've done for many years. Trying to get this to pop in, doesn't want to go in. For some reason it keeps itself back out of the bottom. It's always the I/O plate. I don't know if you guys have ever had issues with computers, but it's always the I/O plate that gives you sometimes the roughest time. There we go. Nice and firm. It's in the way. Yep. Nope. It's not. I double check things. Double and triple check. Make sure things are where they need to be before. Yeah, move on to the next step. Especially when it comes to something expensive like this, because I don't really have the money that a lot of people do to do some of this kind of thing. I'm not like 8-bit guy or any of those. I'm more like LGR when it comes to a lot of computer systems. Been messing with them for many, many years. A lot of stuff that LGR does is amazing. That level of Clint does. And I'm not trying to take away from anything he's trying to do. And I'm not trying to take away from those high-end guys. I just wanted you guys to join me on the journey of building a new system for channel. Okay. I don't know if it's actually seated in there correctly or not. Doesn't feel like it is. keeps trying to pop itself out the bottom, but I don't think it'll. Yeah. It's in there. It's just going to require me putting the motherboard in there, and that'll help hold it. The next thing we do here is pull this amazing piece of hardware I got out. And gently set this in here. You guys didn't get a chance to even see me sit down in there. It's actually not seated in there all the way, it's just kind of sitting. And that's where these kind of try to line up the back I/O plate with the rest of the system before you actually attempt to even think about screwing anything into position. And see, I'm already seeing an issue with two of the standoffs are not exactly where they need to be. I'm pretty sure it's not exactly lined up the way it needs to be. No, not two screws where they need to be. As for these, no. Which it looks like those don't even get used. So usually what I used to do is I'd put the center screw in first. And see which ones are actually for the center. Which ones are actually for the motherboard. That's what ones I thought were. I got my handy container here full of screws and bolts. I actually decided to divide them up like this. It's easier to figure out what screw I need for where. These spare standoffs though, I'm kind of wondering if I should just pull those off before I get too far. Probably should. It'll keep anything from shorting out. Back out real quick. Of course, I set the board on a static-free bag. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely need a pair of pliers. So we're going to pull these extra standoffs out. take much to unscrew them, especially when they're brand new. They're usually just kind of snug there. Kind of nice that they actually put most of the standoffs in here, but it's definitely not something I would do all the time. That one seems to be in there pretty good. It's not going to get enough grip on it or what. Just trying to get that out. There it goes. That one there took a minute to get out. Kind of scratched the inside, but that's okay. It's gonna happen. So I'm gonna take that board and drop it in here again. Okay. Time to line up that center screw again. Pretty lined up, actually. This I/O plate is still not seated all the way, and that's really bothering me. It's not like I'm ever going to use the onboard HDMI, but it still needs to be accessible just in case. Oh, that's better. And when I screw it in there, it'll hold it in better. So. Correct screws. And these are the ones with the lip on them. So I just hand tighten that. I do that until I get at least the corners fastened. I had a feeling I would drop something sometime. Oh, shoot. My screwdriver has a little bit of magnetism to it, but not enough to actually hurt anything, which is nice. There we go. I got a corner there. Means I gotta tighten this in here. And by the way, when I'm tightening these, I am not torquing anything down. Because this is not what you do with motherboards. You don't go ham on that stuff. You do, you'll crack the board, you'll mess something up. And I just noticed I probably should have waited to put the cool sink on. Yep, haha. I'm silly. I gotta take this back out and I gotta install the cool sink first, or at least the back plate. Alright, so I'm gonna take my stuff out of here. I'm just permanently making a pile of like stuff to set somewhere. Had somebody just mention a little thing on my little Facebook short about having a cleaner workspace. Well, to be honest, let me tell you, I don't have a cleaner workspace because I have a very, very small apartment and I do not have a lot of room for that. So I have to make do with what I have. But my workspace isn't actually dirty. It's more cluttered than anything. The thing is the video I put up shows my work desk back behind me, which is completely full of stuff. So it's got a lot going on there. So this is the fan. As I was saying, this is the CPU fan. It's pretty nice. I like it. It's got a couple crazy little connectors there. Not sure if we're going to end up using all those connectors. One's for power, the other's for lights. Not sure exactly how that's going to work with this yet until I get everything kind of put in the machine and all that. But get our pieces of cardboard and such out of the way. This is our cool sink. This gigantic radiator. Look at that. I haven't had a radiator like this in years. I did have a liquid cool system one time. Many years ago though. I'm actually going to set this on top of this. I'm trying to avoid scratching my tower up. It's going to probably end up getting scratched up throughout the years, but I'm trying to avoid that for now. But anyway, it's got a couple screw holes here. I know some people are like, Plasticon, why are you building a computer? Why aren't you reviewing toys? Well, it's because I do a lot of different things. I enjoy doing several different tasks in my life. Building computers is something I've done for many, many, many years. I've been doing this for way too long, some people would say. I don't know if you guys have built computers before, but they can be tricky. Let's see, the question is this on top or is this on bottom? Guarantee it goes on top because it fits in the groove. Because it's got these little notches here cut out, and it just goes boop, just like that. So that way you can screw this in, and then this will actually hold the processor in a little better. It just kind of helps with the cooling system. You know, if you don't have this, you're going to have a lot of problems. And your processor probably won't last 30 minutes without a cooler on it before it explodes. This is probably the most scary thing that anybody does with any of these things. That's the question. Is it backward? Let me refer to the instructions real quick and make sure this doesn't get screwed in the other way, because I think it does. So it looks like we have a recess. Of course, I covered the instructions, didn't I? Yes, I did. Haha. Oh yeah, by the way, when I went to go buy this, they had one that was like a black or the colored version, and I was like, I'm going to go with the colored one. Why? Because I can see some colors, my RAM lights up, my power supply actually has a light in it, so I'm like, it'd be kind of cool to have some kind of light. I'm not looking for some crazy RGB thing, because I kind of already have that going on with all these other things I got going on, because I enjoy the aesthetic. The funny thing is, some people, yep, that's exactly what I'm supposed to do. You're supposed to do it in that direction. Okay, that's what's going on. Alright. Why they make it more complicated than it needs to be, I don't know. Anyway, back to what I was doing. I've been doing the RGB color aesthetic thing ever since cathode ray tubes. They had those years and years and years ago. Back in early 2000s I did that. So that was something I actually got into. So there's a lot of reasons why I do what I do now, because it's just kind of something I've always done. Have you noticed my computer tower I have down there, my older one, it's just not, it doesn't have all the crazy bells and whistles that this one will, because I didn't want anything that was like insane at the time. And to be honest, this is going to be pretty state-of-the-art when I'm done with it. It's going to eventually be able to, like, keep me going for at least another 20 years. I'm hoping. Because my last computer is lasting like 14. It's still running. It's still the one that I've done a lot of editing on, and a lot of the YouTube stuff gets done on that machine, but I'm like, it's time for the upgrade. So, anyway, tighten these down. And I'm just snugging everything. I'm not going ham on this. That's a pretty simple installation. Just make sure they're nice and tight, and I'm going to comb off. Then comes the fun part. I'm going to move all this out of the way now, because I can't do anything with that fan until I've got everything in. Alright. Probably will end up using a little larger screwdriver here for this next part. So, it says right here, warning, please peel this off. Of course, you don't want to leave it on there, because see, that's your cooling system. See how it's got all that crazy copper and stuff? If you leave that on there, you're going to have a lot of problems. And then we're going to move the board over here. before we leave this thing on there, I gotta put the goo on there. This is the goo I've got. Let's see. Master Gel Pro thermal compound made by Kohler Master. That's what came with it, so I'm going to use it. Just take it off there and then you squeeze some on. And try to cover it pretty good because it's going to want to. You don't want the thermal compound to be insane around it, but you also don't want it to leak out everywhere. There you guys can see what I'm doing. You can see it's my thermal compound. Has a little bit of a dollop there, but it'll squeeze down once I actually get the cool sink installed. So what you'll do is you normally line up one side of the cool sink. And then line up the other. And then I'll just screw it down by hand first. I'll take my screwdriver here. Normally what I'll do is I'll screw one side down. I'll move over to the other side and screw that side down. The reason I do it this way is because it's kind of like a like you do it for cars. You don't want to tie down one side before the other side is down all the way. I don't know if that's actually biting or not. Might not have. So. Just applying even pressure across the top here. It's definitely one of the hardest things to do, is installing this damn cool sink. Careful there. Even pressure on it, it's just not letting it go in. There it goes. Because these strings are pretty tight. check everything here. Snug it up. Love how all these people have these crazy high-tech places to do things, and here I am building this thing in my apartment with like minimum tools and minimum space. This is about as real as it gets, guys. Old man builds a computer. I haven't built one in ages, so. That's wearing me out. Okay, after much cussing and cursing and everything else, I got it on there. It's working. And my autofocus is being stupid right now. Probably because I ain't got much light. Can't see now. There. Hate when it does that. Anyway. Got it on there. Ready to go. Now it's time to put this thing in the tower. First, I need to figure out which direction I gotta put that fan on. So it looks like these hooks go into the holes here. Just like this. And then these will just attach. So, this here. This goes here. And then he's supposed to somehow attach into this, but I'm not really sure how that works. Kind of silly if you ask me. I mean, does it attach this way? What if we go on the other way? I think I'll go in the other direction. I don't know where that works. Is it locked in there or something? I think I see what it does. I think it slides into there. How does that go on? What a silly cool thing. I'm cool, master. You guys just never let me down. Am I actually going to have to YouTube this thing? No real instructions. If you read the instructions, this is what it says. So right here is where the Intel, where I installed the Intel. See? guess those supposed to friction fit behind here or something, but I don't see any place for them to friction fit. It comes with 4 of these and only 2 are needed. And they're both the same size, so I know that's not the issue. Well, I see what it does. You literally just lift it and then it clicks on. Like that. That's kind of silly how that works, but okay. Full sync is installed, I guess. That's very cheaply made. Well, maybe I got it in there a little better. It's supposed to click in real nice. Okay, cool. I got it. Yay. Here we go. What a pain that was. Yeah, it clicks into these sides here. I didn't actually have to look anything up. It just kind of messed with it and popped right into place. So that's how it goes. So if you ever get one of these cool sinks from Best Buy, this is where I got this cool sink. That's how those are installed. They're kind of strange, but hey, it works. It's the only thing I care about. This would be a CPU fan to go there, and then AO pump, whatever the heck that is. Probably for a different kind of thing. So, case fan CPU plugs in right here. There we go, first thing plugged in. Now this right here is supposed to be for like some special kind of I think it's some kind of crazy like special AMD thing. Well, it's not AMD, so it doesn't have that, I don't believe. Three-pin addressable RGB. Well, this is an ASUS board, so it won't work. That's supposed to be at 3. See, this is a fan in there, but it's not for what I need. Looking around, capacitors, any place that I might have missed. I am not seeing. It's 310. I'll pull the CPU one off. No, it's still 410. So yeah, this is a 3-pin situation, so I'm not really sure how I'm going to hook that up now. It might not get hooked up. It might just tether in the wind. I mean, honestly, I think it's for RGB, but if it doesn't have RGB, oh well. As long as it powers up and I get whatever else, I guess is fine. But there's GRB. Add Gen 1. Believe those are for something else, but maybe let's refer to the manual real quick. So, upon closer inspection, I smack my camera around because, you know, I'm so pro at this. This actually will plug directly into one of these because this is an RGB thing. Because I happen to have another set of RGB stuff right down here too. So, not that I'm ever going to use it much, but hey, I'm just going to have twinkly lights now. Woohoo. So the question is, do I have the fan on the right way, or is it going to be blowing air in? That's the question. Should I put the fan here, or should I put it there? I guess we'll find out when I turn it on. It's not like it's not hard to do. All you do is just pop it loose and just stick it on the other side and it's done. So that's going to be a simple fix, if that's an issue. Either way I look at it, it's going to have a fan. So let's get this thing put back in the case. Alright. So, I went back and I pushed the I/O plate in a little better. Make sure this cable here is out of the way. And then we're going to drop our board down in the case finally. And this is where things get tricky sometimes, because once you've got the processor system over in there, in some ways it helps, in some ways it doesn't. I'm just glad I got the I/O board. I/O faceplate there to line up the way it needs to be. Now, gotta make sure I've got. Ooh, that's like right on target too. Cool. Back to the handy dandy screwdriver set as I pinch my hand. I'm telling you, if I don't hurt myself at least once or twice trying to do any of this stuff, there's something wrong. Seriously. There really is something wrong. I know you guys can't see anything, but there's a screw way down in here that I have to put in first. It's kind of hard to see. Right there is where the screw has to go. And that's the first screw I'll put in. So. Let's see if I can get this thing to cooperate now. Not that it hasn't been cooperating, it actually has. It's actually been me more or less than the machine. Because I haven't done this in a while, so. It's kind of like riding a bicycle, you know. Jump right back down on it again. And you'll learn again. That's just how it is. Definitely more trickier with this huge coal sink in the way now. Goes in like butter. There we go. See if I can get this one in down here next. Oh no. Where did that go? Where did it go? Oh, I see it. I had it. There we go. Great. I saw it. Lovely. Hey, see? Found it. It's not the end of the world yet. Sweet. Now the next one I'm going to try to put in here. I swear I'm putting this thing together. I feel like I'm messing with GPS all over again. If you guys don't know what GPS is, that's gold plastic syndrome for you kiddies out there. Kind of gives some of us PTSD because it's so crazy. Go in there, go in there, go in there. Go in there. Excellent. Sweet. Now, I have 3 more I'm gonna put in. By the way, I'm not using any pressure on this. I'm letting the screw do the work. Unlike when you're trying to put the processor one on because you have to compress the springs. These should just screw in really delicately. Shouldn't have to put a lot of pressure on these. One thing I didn't mention though, I really like about this motherboard is the fact that it's got this kind of a galaxy swirl thing going on. Kind of reminds me of the old Space Lego sets I put together. Because it actually has a planet type of little Saturn planet thingy on the motherboard. We're actually right next to the processor, which is kind of cool. Not the reason why I picked it, but you know, I thought it was cool. Nice little bonus. Alright. I got all my screws put in. This sucker should be in. It's fully in the tower now. Yay. Now time to try to read things and plug things in and all that fun stuff. I do have a video card that's going to go in here that's coming out of my old computer, and then I got my RAM 6 out to put in, and then tons of hard drives for this thing. This thing's going to be loaded with hard drives, absolutely filled. And I got this crazy doohickey here. It's supposed to go to front I/O stuff, which is all down there. Kind of funny how we've got everything down here. I can't even read it now. Let's see. Now I got all my cables, right? Well, my power cables have to run through these holes down here. But as for these other cables are going to come running through here. That's going to be difficult for me to plug in any other way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run my cables to this side here. These are for the fan. Oh, it'll be a case fan. Okay. Same with this one here, which is for the rear case. So I probably will run it up here next to the processor. Considering I actually do have a fan. sure there's one up there somewhere that I can plug that into. And then I got these, which are all going to get channeled through here. I mean, it's nice that it's got this loom thing here on the side. I don't mind that. That helps kind of minimize some of the stuff. But I'll be honest with you, I've never seen a computer tower not have issues with wires. Unless you're one of those OCD people. Because I'm clearly not. I don't get OCD about that stuff because it's too difficult to maintain that kind of stuff. Like, I don't know how people route these wires and not. I mean, there's little notches here for zip ties, so I'll probably end up zip tying everything in later. It's just I got to get everything in here first. And I'm glad everything kind of went in pretty nice. Just realized that in there. To go in there, I want it to go over. You're gonna be fighting me this whole time, aren't you? There's no meant to do this anymore. Fucking everything else. Son of a bitch. What's wrong with these problems? God damn it. I didn't fuck this up, did I? these times. Alright, so now I'm going to refer to the manual to make sure I get all this correct here. But, and this is obviously just a fan plug, so it'll plug in wherever I can plug in a fan, which will be CPU fan. There's a CPU fan right here. So this will plug into the main case fan. Right there. I'm just going to set these just to get them up out of the way. I know, not pretty. It's not meant to be pretty right now. It's supposed to be functional. I'll try to grab this other thing. Plug in that. Usually these boards are loaded with fan ports, but why the heck this one isn't, I don't know. This is for USB 3.0. Which I can disconnect this wire tie now. through there a little bit. See, I have two, one down here as well. These are both for USB 3. So I'm only using one because it's at the top. And it already has one built into the board, so I don't need the other one. There's a Type-C front panel plug in here. I'm not actually going to be using. A and B USB headers. So I've got USB header right here. A and B. So A is the front one here. I believe there's got to be an audio port somewhere for HD audio, but I don't know where the audio port is yet. Apparently these are pump fans. You're going to install cooling, like different kind of cooling, not the kind of cooling I got going on here. I don't know how I'm going to plug this one in. I might have to rob something from another computer to make that work. It's kind of silly if you ask me. But that's my CMOS header right there. Front panel audio header is this one. This is what I was looking for. Which barely reached, but it's there. Yeah, that cable I probably could have ran underneath there, but I don't want to do that because I have to have room for my power cables to run up through these holes here. So I have a set of holes here and then another set here, but you also have to think you've got a set of cables going to be coming through here power cables for all the drives, which are all going to be on the back side of this, by the way. Which is kind of nice because, you know, all the front of the everything you're actually going to see here will actually have wires, and most of the wires will be tucked under in the background, which is kind of nice. I'm still upset about this though. I can't really plug that in. I don't know where else to plug it in at. This is always tricky. The tricky one is always this, the front panel stuff that you have to do, like your power switches and such. Which are here. I always put them in the most inconvenient spot. I have not seen a motherboard yet where they've just made it where it's like, bam, right there. Like why are they gonna make this complicated? I have no idea. But, you know. So where does power switch go? So it should be power LED. And then power switch. So. Plus then minus. And then power switch. It's always the most tiny thing in the world. Then speaker. I don't know if I actually have a speaker. I think I do. Hard drive. I think I just have a hard drive and a reset switch. Just hard drive reset switch. So hard drive LED and then that's. And reset next to that. So. So hard drive lights. Sometimes it's easier just to unplug the ones you had on top and it isn't. So let's do the hard drive switch first. Or hard drive lights first. Is it plus minus or is it backward? Of course I got it backward. course, it's got to be upside down, or you can't read it. It ain't done right until it ain't done right, right? And then gotta do the reset switch. Upside down too. Yep. And then is it minus plus or plus minus? And that's plus. And then that's a minus. And of course they're right next to each other and you can't get them in. And then reset the power switch. Cool. Let's see if I had a PC speaker it would plug in right here, which I don't have. So. And I don't have Thunderbolt either. So. Now to figure out this fan situation because I'm not a fan of what they're trying to do here with the fact that I can't hook up this back fan. I don't like this. I don't understand why this is like this. This is silly. Why give me 4 when I can only plug in 3? Doesn't make any sense. I'm just trying to think, how can I get around this? There's really no way around it. Because if I unplug this and plug it in there, that's not going to make me plug it. It just doesn't make any sense because they don't have a fan that's not plugged in. So I got 1 fan, 2 fans, 3 fans. These are for the front fans. And this is supposed to be for the back fan. I have no place to plug in because I got my CPU fan plugged in there. I think it's silly this thing only has 2 fan headers. There should be more than 2. That's a fan down there. That might actually be one. No, it's not. Wishful thinking. That's for, like, if you're going to put a CD-ROM in, which you can't do in this, which is silly. Why the heck would that even... I mean, this isn't the original motherboard. It goes to the sun. I understand that. Chaw fan 2. What the heck are these chaw fans? I mean, that might actually work for that. that's the case, I'm going to drop it down and work underneath. Yep, so I guess these are for fans there. So our more fan inputs, they're actually two, they're way down here. Which is kind of silly, but whatever. Hey, it's there. That's all I care about. And yeah, we'll have one cable kind of running weird wrong. But yeah, it's not like I can't zip tie this thing back if I have to. As for these, since I don't need all this cable and out there, this gives me a chance to more or less I mean, I really don't need to do that just yet because I have to put my then again, I can just put these in here, like so, just to get them out of the way. And there you go. These fan cables are always going to be in the way, no matter what you do. They're just, I mean, I could zip tie it here, but I don't plan on putting anything in here permanently until I'm completely done with everything else. As you can see, it's got all these little standoffs right here throughout it, so I can easily put fans in here. Or not fans, but zip ties. Alright, so the main hard drive on this thing will be a solid state, but everything else is not. And also my RAM I gotta put in, so let's get on that. And as you can tell, since I pulled this through, I'm going to kind of clean this up a little bit. When I put in my other card right here, it'll probably rest these and it'll be up a little higher. And I'll have 1, 2, 3, 4 hard drives plugged in through there. And I'll have 6 more plugged in through the other thing. So I'll have a total of 10 plugged in. Which is plenty. Like, it really is, it's plenty. You don't really need any more than that. So I'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then 10 will be one of these. I do have room for 2 more drives, which I don't see me putting in because I only have 4 headers there and for SATA, and then I'll have 4 more for the others. So first thing I do here is you unclip the also does it only do one in there? I guess it does. So yeah, it only does one in now. Used to, you'd have to do both ends, but it only does one. That's interesting, and that's a different change. I didn't know that. But when it comes to installing RAM, I didn't see any of that. These don't push down, but these push up, so. So you're going to want A1 and A. So yeah, if you're going to put in one full set, you're going to want this one and this one both grays. So that's what we're about to do. Got our nice Corsair RAM here too, which is nice. Used to run ballistics back in the day too, which were nice. Our Corsair ballistics, either one. Alright, so these things got some weight to them too, they're nice. Got nice cool sinks on them. Pretty neat looking. And let's see here, which direction does this go? That's always the question, is what direction does the RAM go? Because nobody I know of knows exactly how they go in. Because it's like, if it doesn't fit one way, it has to go the other. They're idiot proof because there's a bit of a slotting mechanism it does. So it can only go in one way. I think I have it backward because it doesn't want to go in all the way. No. So I'll flip it. Yep, there it is. It's in there and it's seated. Since I've seen how that one goes in, now I know how the other one goes in. Now see, the thing is, if I boot it up and it beeps at me, usually it's like, oh, you have the RAM stick in the wrong slot. So all you do is switch the RAM stick, usually. That doesn't seem right. I don't think that's seated all the way. There it goes. Pretty. Look, guys, beautiful RAM sticks. Alright, so it's time for me to start putting these hard drives in. I'm going to put them all in, and I'm only going to worry about the operating system one being down in the very bottom. These are here all going to be my storage bay ones. So that way the operating system one doesn't really have to worry about anything. It'll have a hard drive in there, but that's it. And I have to take one of these trays here. These little trays here come off. There's two of them. And these are designed for SSDs that don't fit your standard size. So. Should be able to just slide them in. Theoretically. or not. I don't think it's gonna be as easy as I think it is. They kind of slide in, but they kind of don't. I think for me to be able to put it in that top layer, I'm going to definitely have to pull the cradles out. So this is going to require some unscrewing and redoing. So now I'm unscrewing all these little tiny screws. Because these are what hold the hard drive cradles in. There's a ton of them. But the cool thing is what I'm putting in here is going to stay in here anyway. So it's not like I'm going to be yanking these hard drives all the time. Would be nice to have a hot swap. Yep. I wish they were hot swap, but they're not. So sometimes you have to make do with what you got. Now, I tried sliding them in. It's really hard to slide in with the trays shaped like they are, so it's something I'll have to do. Yeah, you know, not everything's perfect. And that's okay. I don't expect everything to be perfect all the time. To me, perfection is kind of a false sense of security, because there's a lot of people out there that think that's the only way everything needs to be. It really just is. Perfection should be what you strive for, but perfection shouldn't be where it always has to land. Because it's kind of misleading, especially when it comes to doing anything. I remember if you're building a computer, if you're fixing a car, riding a bike, repairing a robot. Kind of those things I learned with good old Bob Ross taught us. Happy little accidents, sometimes those are the best. Because sometimes that's what really matters on all in all, in the end. One thing I noticed about the construction of this thing, it's all screwed together. It's kind of cool. So if I ever needed to completely take this tower apart, I could. I used to think it's screwed. Okay, some of it's riveted. So I take that back. It seems like anything that you majorly need to get to is actually screwed in. Like even the control panel that's up here. Because this is where my USBs and power switches and stuff are. They're all up here. But tons of these little screws I have to take out. Just to get these little bays out. Now what's cool about these bays is they're actually held in there with hooks. So I don't have to worry so much when I'm pulling screws out for them to fall. But obviously you don't want to leave the screws out, especially for transport. Now, this is kind of a pain in the butt.
Yeah, it is.
You have to open up the back side of the case to get these out. Most people, when they put hard drives in a machine like this, they're in there permanently. I have several drives I'm going to be putting in here. So I have quite a few out of my main machine that I'll be taking out. And then some of the older drives I got just kind of chilling are going to go in the old machine. So I can set it up for a kind of a legacy machine I'm going to use for other projects. And what's cool about the one down here, though, this one's actually held in with a thumb screw. You just unscrew the thumb screw. And you push down on this little bit here, and the whole rack comes out, which is nice. And see, it's actually got holes here on top, so that way you can mount a smaller STD card, or SD drive can actually be mounted to the top of this, which is kind of cool. So that's kind of nice. That just comes right out like that. Now, do I wish the rest of them were like that? Yeah, I do, but that's okay. Could I replace all those with thumb screws? Yeah, probably. Now, what I'm about to do here is remove these. All you do is lift up on it, pour it out now. Now, if you bought one of these towers and you didn't want to have all these hard drives, you essentially could just do this and leave it open just like that. You don't even have to actually put these back in. That's an optional thing. The reason I got it is because I'm putting a bunch of hard drives in. I think it's kind of nice, though, that I've got a stack of cradles now to put hard drives in, and it's all going to be nice and safe. These are full for that. And I'll be right back. Alright, so I've got a total of 6 drives here. And these are drives that have been just kind of floating around that I haven't been able to use for quite some time now because I haven't had room for these 6 drives. They're all different sizes. Some are 500, some of them are terabyte and a half, some are only, I think these are all actually 500. So I'm looking at several terabytes here after I get done installing all these. This is only a 320 gig drive, which is kind of funny, but yeah. Some people are like, well, why would you deal with that? Different size drives are good for different reasons. You don't always have to have the hugest drive in the world in order to store specific types of files. If you're only storing like photos and stuff like that, a smaller drive would be fine for that. If you're storing like video footage, you need larger ones. If you're storing video games tend to take up a lot of room, so you want a larger drive. But if you are only storing like maybe like this backup stuff, perfect for that kind of thing. So what we're going to do is we're going to install these into these cradles right here that I have. And I'm trying to kind of keep them uniform. I'm going to keep both Western Digitals together. This is a Seagate, that's one Western Digital. These two here are Hitachi, so I'm trying to keep the two Hitachis together, these two together, and then I'll probably organize it so the Western Digital lines up with these. So it's just organizational things, something I get into. It's not really a necessary thing, but it is what it is. The thing to keep in mind is this is where the part of the drive is that you're not going to be connecting stuff. This end here you do. So first things first is to put in the lower drive, which is going to be this one. That should slide right in. and the holes will line right up. And usually when I do hook up hard drives in these things, I don't tend to use all the screws because really there's no point, especially if you end up having a problem. I normally only put 2 on one side because these cradles actually already have little bended metal pieces in them to help them float. So the drives themselves already float, so there's no point in putting a bunch of extra screws in there in order to maintain the whole thing. Sometimes you can just get away with putting 1 screw in. I tend to try to put at least 2. So that way it has some kind of stability, especially when I'm hooking things up and such. And you know, as time progresses, you may end up having to pull a drive out. And if you have to pull a drive out, it makes it a lot easier to do so. So, I know some people will be like, oh, you need to put a screw on each side. Well, not necessarily. It's your computer. You can build it however you want, right? Oh, see. And honestly, it's not going nowhere. And it's got these little metal tabs here that are in here. They're actually help holding it off the metal chassis anyway. But you just slide them in just like so. And the cool thing is these actually slide all the way in and they're nice and firm whenever they get in there, so you don't have to worry so much about them falling out when you're trying to position everything. I'm not saying so I'm some computer expert or anything, because I'm not. Self-taught, done this for many years, because I wanted to fix my own stuff. My dad taught me to tinker and fix things and do things like that on your own. That way you don't always have to rely on somebody else to fix it for you, kind of thing. So, the cool thing is about this system is the fans actually blow directly on these drives, so it keeps them cool. Now with this machine getting warm, yeah, any machine gets warm, doesn't matter if you got the best ventilation in the world. Every machine will eventually get hot. There you go. I got 2 drives right there and 1 thing. This thing's pretty heavy though, I'm just going to admit that. This is going to be a beast of a machine when I'm done, because it's going to be very heavy. Well, once I get it set up and set where it's going to be initially set up to run. And this is the bottom, this is the top, so that's another thing to keep in mind. I do like the way these trays are. These are nice trays. And what's crazy about SATA's already got its own thing going on. It's not one of those ones you actually have to sit there and deal with jumpers. I know how to deal with jumpers, and I have to deal with jumpers with the other drives I have, but I've also got a special PCI card in the other computer that will read those kind of drives. So I mean, I won't be putting everything in this one machine. It's for the most part going to hold all my spare drives. But it can't hold them all. That's the thing. Some of these drives are pretty old to have, and some of them will work and some of them won't. Whichever ones don't work, I'll find that out by disconnecting them and plugging them in. If it doesn't work, I'll pull the chassis out and get rid of that drive and then replace it with something else later. But the whole point of this is to try to utilize everything I have. Because being one of those people that's not very rich, and I've hung on to a lot of stuff throughout the years. And I'm not really a hoarder. I'm more of a person that tries to be conservative on how I'm handling things. Because a lot of these drives came out of computers I've owned throughout the years. So I was like, well, I might as well utilize them. I did have them in a NAS system for a while, but that NAS system kicked the bucket, and I never really liked it anyway. It never really connected correctly, and I always had a lot of problems with it. I've always had more luck with hard drives being just directly connected to the computer, especially for whatever I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to do anything where I'm running like a crazy server system in my house, so I don't know, does everything that these Alexas and such do, because I don't get into that stuff anyway. I don't need home automation. My computer system is for strictly my entertainment and video creation. If you know something about these drives are actually a hybrid. I could use this kind of power or this kind of power, which is nice. So it's got the SATA with this type of power. These. It's one reason why I like these drives. These real older crossover drives, and they're fine. I really haven't had any issues with these drives. They're just, like I said, they've just been sitting. And we're going to find out if they work or not. And this is the easiest way of doing it. It's by just building this beast of a machine and stick them in it. Now, with these all being storage, these are going to all go up top on my tower. But you're saying, hey, Plasticon, you got 2 more trays. I also have 4 more hard drives in the other computer that I had to pull out and put in there, plus a SD. So I have to get around and do that. Well, actually, the SD, I think, is the other one, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember. It's been a while since I've been in that machine. So I don't know if it's 4 or 5 drives I got there. But this thing holds 12, so I'm good. One thing I do like about this thing is the fact that this thing's mesh, so I'm able to put my phone in here so I can actually see what I'm doing. I didn't even get around to just giving you just a normal flashlight, but it's kind of work. But I'm going to go ahead and install these drives. So, if you notice, they just slot right in, which is nice. Yeah, maybe I do have to do it that way. Okay. If you notice, they just kind of slot in and they hold. If you notice, I still have a hole here, and this is for that last set of drivers. Then the other drives will go down here, and then I'll have a solid stake, and I'm going to either attach the top of that or here, because there's a kind of a tray system here as well. So let's go ahead and get this sucker back together. I might not actually put all these screws in because I don't think I necessarily need them. All I need really are ones to help hold the weight, which is pretty much the top ones. Because I kind of have a bit of overkill on this, which is nice. Since I'm just now putting this thing together, if something goes wrong, I still want to be able to get into it. There we go. And those are all pretty dead solid just with the one screw in them. I'm probably going to put one on the other side just to make sure. One thing you're going to notice when you build a computer, sometimes they're overkill on the screws. You don't need so many sometimes. Really kind of just depends. I mean, if you plan on moving a lot and going somewhere, or say you're in college or something like that, and you're building a computer and you're not going to be in this place forever, yeah, probably put all your screws in. But if you're like me and you're, you know, not planning on moving anytime soon or doing anything like that, then it's not a bad idea to just kind of do what I'm doing. And I've actually done this before in the past and didn't have any issue whatsoever with the computer falling apart. Just putting a screw in. Like I said, I only put a couple in the sides. Just, you know, it holds everything in here solid. This stuff is dead solid now, even without all that in it. Like, I can move this thing around pretty good. So this is definitely one of those things. Yeah. I got some drives in there now. So the last thing I have to do, I think, last thing I gotta do till I take apart my main computer. This sucker's heavy. It's got some weight to it now, which is fine, because I mean, I'd rather it be a heavy machine so nobody can just walk out the door with it if they decide to steal it. It's not like they can really jog down the road carrying something that weighs as much as this thing does. That is putting this in. The one thing I plan on doing though is I'm planning on putting a lot of my paperwork and stuff like that all kind of in a box or something close by, so that way when I'm done putting everything together, I got everything accessible. One thing I did like about this is the fact that everything back here is pretty easy to get to. Pretty simple stuff here. Notice the back of this has got pretty easy to get to kind of stuff. All I'll really do is take this one plate here off. It's just thumb screws on here. That's a normal size. Let's just try that. Let's try to get it off with this. There we go. Screw it. So just unscrew this. That comes out, I guess. This whole thing here actually acts as a retainer to hold these in, which is kind of nice. So like I said, this machine is basically designed to be a server. So now I need to figure out which one this is, which is here. Which I need to unscrew this one. Screw that. Now one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to keep this plate here off. That's one thing I like about this. This actually has these, which are nice, because if you ever decide to take a card out, I hate having a hole back here, so just anything can get in there. It's kind of nice that that's actually a thing that's no longer a problem. So I'm going to take my nice little device here I got now. I'm guessing that will actually have to go down here in the other PCI, or actually it won't go there. Thought it would, but it doesn't. Kind of crazy what they do nowadays with these ports. Because this does not go in with, that is PCI 3, which would actually be one of these. So I do have to come and drop it down one more. Crazy, it doesn't actually have to fill up the entire. Okay. This thing up. See, this is hitting this, so this is actually going to have to move. So I might actually move it up one. Trial and error, guys, trial and error. It's gonna happen. Just happens. Alright, let's see if I can get this. Hey, it plugged right in. Look at that. Now, I have number 6 SATA install this thing, so kind of nice. But the next thing I gotta do now is take the other computer apart and add those bits into this one, including the power supply. The power supply will actually come from the other computer. I have the original power supply to the old one, so I'll be putting it back in, and that's pretty much where this is going to end for now until I get into the other machine. Where's this hole at? Okay, there it is. Just wanted to make sure I put this screw back in so I don't lose it. Just don't want to lose any of the screws. And yeah, some people may find this very inconvenient the way these are, but to be honest, I like the idea because it's secured. It's not one of those things that people can just yank pieces out. Which makes this tower even better. I actually like the security behind this thing. It's nice. It's actually a really solid tower so far. Very impressed with it. In fact, the entire thing is really nice. Look at everything. As you can see, I know it's dark. I'll probably lighten a lot of this up in post. Nice RAM in there. Processor in, everything's there. That's now installed for the SATA, because the other SATA is actually hidden back behind here. Right there. So now I have a total of 10 SATA on board. If I did want to put in the memory sticks, I do have room between here, and I believe there. There's like 3. I know that for a fact on this thing. To add in. So yeah, I can put several on board sticks if I wanted to, but I'm not going to. Oh, the other one's up here. There's one there, and one there. So if I really wanted to, I could add those in. yeah, overall, I like it. I've got a heck of a mess going on over here, if you hadn't noticed. It gives you guys a bit of an idea of some of the stuff I've been dealing with. This is the old card that's going to go back in this machine. This is the machine I'm going to be taking apart. It's been my workhorse this whole time. It's got a pop-up memory thing, which I'm going to highly miss because I have to replace it with one of these little things, which is fine. So it'll just set on top of the tower. I'll probably mount it somewhere on the top here somewhere. And I also have to use an external DVD burner. This is actually a rewriter, which is nice. I do have a light scribe that I thought about putting in there. I might actually see if this light scribe will fit in there, which would be kind of nice. These are the old drives that are going to be going in this, because this is going to be essentially has a hot swap, which is nice. Can be badly missed, but it ain't going to hurt anything because all this is going to be internal, and this machine here will just be a backup, and like I said, over the legacy kind of thing. And I still have my little Mac. I use my Mac every now and then, so I do use Mac as well. So those guys out there, they're kind of purists. I don't do just Mac, I don't just do Windows. I'm honestly thinking about loading Linux on that machine. Oh, I forgot to show you my tiny little my EPC thing down here, this little ion thing. This little guy. He's gonna be cannibalized and put into Bill over there. You guys remember Bill, my robot? He's gonna have an internal computer pretty soon. I'm gonna try to put that in, but I gotta get the power and all that figured out on. But yeah, it's just I got a heck of a mess going on here. Anyway, that's it for this portion of the video, so I'll be back with more. So this thing actually has a little mat in the bottom, so it's actually got vents in the bottom of it, which is good, because that's the direction that the wires need to go. This is a modular system, which is good. Should just line right up and fall basically directly into place. I'll tuck the cables back here for now. And turn the cable. And all the screws are here on the very back panel. All back here, so I'm going to reinstall them. It's actually kind of nice that the power supply is on the bottom on this, because it puts all the weight on the bottom, because power supplies are just heavy. And since I'm back here, I'm going to go ahead and install this back panel. That way it's out of the way. You guys probably didn't see what I did, but I'll put this panel here back in. I know you guys weren't here for the time I was messing around with the other parts to it. This thing should seat in here, but it doesn't really want to. I don't like how it bends out. I mean, this is just a security panel. There we go. That's a little better. I just don't like how it's seating. Anyway, one of the problems I was having was with the I/O panel here was being kind of a pain, and the thing here goes around the HDMI. Although I'm probably not going to use this HDMI at all, I still want it to be accessible. But it was the prongs on this was trying to feed their way inside here, so I had to literally pull the board out, put this back on. I mean, it's on here solid; it's not going nowhere. Like I said, it's kind of sad that I'm missing a standard USB. Now, I do have a USB-C, which is nice. That's new. And I should... Yeah, it does not have the USB-C on the front panel, but that's okay. I don't really necessarily need that. So, let's turn this thing around. And feed these power cables up through the machine. That added a significant amount of weight to it already. So I'm going to take these cables here and they're going to get ran up through the bottom of this. Because there's a channel that these actually will feed through. Okay, this might actually be a better one here. Maybe, maybe not. Don't know yet. Hard to tell. Maybe I'm just actually. I almost wonder if that'll plug into the board there or not. Don't know yet. Same here. So we'll find out when I flip this thing around where those cables will actually reach. So I actually think they're a little too big for that. Okay, so yeah, this will plug directly in there. This cable here I'm probably going to have to feed through the top, yeah, so that's not new there. So these are supposed to plug up top. This will plug in here. There we go. Hard to see see what I was just doing, but I just plugged the cable in. Back here, I actually had to force it through this channel. Now the other ones are going to have to plug in up top, up here. So, let's see if I can. There we go. So I got to plug them up here. Yeah, I don't know if that's going to work. I don't think it's got enough reach for that. So, yeah. CPU 4x4 pin. So yeah, this actually accommodates both versions of power supply, whether it's single or this size. That's a pain. There's no darn well my other power supply is not set either. Alright, so I managed to route the wire back and around. I actually had to kind of not go behind the motherboard, but in between all this stuff. And I'm about to plug it in now, finally. So I'm trying my best to do good cable management while I'm doing this, but like I said, I ain't no expert. There we go. It's routed. You can see wires routed in there. Had to go kind of under the CPU cooler, which I don't like one bit, but I might actually try it out. Plug this card here for a second. Oh, well, there's enough clearance to get through there. Yeah, some of these heat sinks are so huge on this thing. I don't know how the heck you expect you to put any other types of drives in here. Because I'm absolutely maxing this thing out. I mean, it's not going to hurt nothing that's that close. Just me being nitpicky. Because essentially I wanted to run it through the back, but I can't because the cable just doesn't fit. And this is our PCIe connector for video card. Bend this down a little bit and get it to hold position. And then as for this, these are those cables that plug into the fan header over here. It's in there. Cool. Alright, so power cables are hooked up there. The only power cables I don't have ran yet are for the hard drive. Is going to finish putting the other hard drive. And then should be getting to the point of turning this thing on, which is scary. I'm just hoping everything went okay. Please no. Having something work the first time is pretty scary for me because it just doesn't happen that often. I'm hoping I don't have to use this other plug. So if I do, then I'll end up having a different power supply, which I don't want to have to do. I really don't want to be spending a bunch more money that I don't have just to get this thing to work. Because I'd rather that money go toward my robot that I'm building, honestly. Now, as you can see here, I got my hard drives. This is the old cradle from that machine. Don't worry, the cradle will be going back in the old machine too, because that's just what I'm doing. Don't have to unscrew these. I do have a kind of a different type of style bracket in here, supposed to hold the solid state drive. I'm taking these all out. These are all going in this machine. And then this whole machine in here. I'll pull the solid state outlast because it's not as heavy, and quite frankly it's on a strange bracket that I had to buy to size it correctly. I also want to, clean things off before I do this. And this little solid state drive is going to get mounted right here on the tower. So I'm actually going to mount it separate against the back of the motherboard. That way it is out of the way. And this little thing here had a couple I had to put in to make it work. And the thing is, most of these older cases are designed for expansion in mind. I know a lot of the holes that are drilled in these things is just primarily for, a safety situation, but I mean, that's just what this is. It's just a case. And as for this, since this has 4 little parts here, I'm going to take these little screws out. I know some people are probably screaming at me because I don't have a bench to put all this on. Well, I don't have a heck of a lot of room in this apartment, so I was like, why are you building such a beast machine then? Because I need it. It's a necessity at this point because expansion is what I need on most things I'm trying to do. And yeah, solid state drives don't weigh anything. I know I got plenty of room here to put 3 more on board on the actual computer itself, which I'll probably end up doing in the future. I'll buy like 3 of them, put them all in at the same time. That way I've expanded it. I mean, I'm seeing about 500 gigs for about $80, which isn't terrible. So 500 a piece. So I can add a terabyte and a half for about 300, which is a bit much, considering normal disk drives are cheaper. Until we get to the point that a 500 gig is like $30, I probably won't ever mess with them. It's just generally the nature of the beast for me. I've never been one of those that jumps on the immediate upgrade like a lot of people do. So, and the reason I'm recording this whole thing is because, it's something fun for you guys to watch. It's a little different than what I normally do. Battery decided to die again. I do have an extra battery for it, but I just plug it in, especially if I'm doing something extensive like this. But I'm trying to get this off. See, I'm sitting there trying to think, okay, how am I going to run my power? Because that just came to my mind. I've got this cute little racket here that I don't know what I'm going to do with now. It'll probably just be a spare rack I can put in that machine over there or something. Hey, yeah, a little tiny solid state drive. So I got a couple cables here. These are for the power supply. So I'm just going to set this film in here. That way I can figure out what goes where. So I'll put these in the top. I thought that clicked in a little too easily. Try dragging those down a little further. You guys can see what I'm doing, sort of. It's probably the worst documentary of putting the computer together ever. Because I feel like I'm filming through a trash can. Speaking of trash can PC, did you guys see these crazy mods you can do for the, oops. Nothing broke, that was just my light. The crazy thing you can do with those Macintosh trash can PCs. There's a mod out there where you can make it look like an R2 unit. It's kind of cool. Alright, so I obviously have 6 here total. And I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I was able to eat up all these, right? Well, I've got extensions. Because this power system has a lot of extra cables. So I won't need all these. I just need one of them. This is a spare PCIe for if I'm going to run another video card. That's primarily what this is for, so it's not really useful. Funny this thing came with 2 sets that are like these. And this in here actually has the this one does not. Funny thing is, I do have a floppy drive. I wonder if I can somehow rig that in here. I probably could, because I have a floppy drive that's got a media card reader. I could probably put it internal, which would be kind of funny. I might just use that one. Cause sure, why not? Might as well. I got it, why not use it, right? Because I can probably just put that floppy drive internally on the inside on that tray. There's plenty of places to plug that kind of thing in. seated. But I'm a little too easy, that's why I have to double check it. Okay. I got these, two of these things. Plug this thing in. So, there we go. Got 4 more powers. So that means I can run these pretty much anywhere I want now. Which is nice, because I've got plenty of plugins now. Got these 6. Yep, total of 10. So that's how many hard drives I'm putting in here. So I'm going to take this generic drive. I'll take this generic drive out of here. I'm going to install this on the very bottom. And I'm going to put my other 2 on this one. So that way I have all my Western Digital basically in the same area. I don't know why I'm doing that. It just felt like it, I guess. Anyway, I'm going to remove this. I'm going to put those 2. Actually. No. I'm not. I'm going to leave that one like that. That way it's got a little bit of breathing room up top. I'll just install these 2 in here. Because as with a small little Western Digital tiny little drive, that's going to go on the side of the tower like I was planning on doing. Hopefully, crossing my fingers for that to work. If it doesn't, I'll just put it back in that cradle and stick it on top of this. I might just do anyway, because it may be just easier to get to. Honestly, I only put a couple in here. I don't need a ton of screws. Because you never know, if something goes wrong, you have to take it apart. Just trying to embrace the build here. It's funny how these are both terabytes and that bottom one is so light compared to the other one. the tower when I get done with it. It's actually going to sit right here. Right in this area right here. Right behind my other house computer. Because she's got a fairly good sized tower too, just like I do. I think it'll just work better there. And then I can still weigh my Acer more or less under the table over here. Cool, that's installed. I'm wondering. I thought maybe I might be able to put the cradle there. Not so much. You guys are probably wondering, you're not going to hook all at the same time, are you? Not at the same time when I'm trying to test it. When I test it, this is going to be the only drive right here. It's in my hand. This can be turned on first. And then later on, I'll plug in the rest. So you have to start somewhere with it. It's funny how this thing's got screw holes for days on every side. To be honest, this isn't going to move anyway. It sits in here. And then you screw it shut like a latch. Didn't take much, but there it is. It's attached. My solid state drive. And everything's plugged out, sticking out good enough so I can actually get to it. Let's put this other cradle in. Funny thing is, this in here, I got this huge gaping hole here at the bottom. This actually will slide in. It's got like a metal latch here you push down on to release it. Let's put this on the laptop. I did find out how he's going in. They're kind of cool. Yeah, it's funny because it kind of sets it in there just like so. It's really that easy. Pretty simple. Kind of funny. You just lift it up, except those two little latches there. And it just sits on there, just like so. See, the funny thing is now, it's got a total of 10 hard drives now. And this thing is heavy. And I ain't got everything plugged in yet. There we go. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's gonna fall apart. I'm gonna use these for the lower one because I'm gonna run this cable up through here at the bottom. That way I can plug that crazy floppy drive in. This is going to plug into down here at the bottom. May as well plug it in here. Yeah, I'm seeing an issue here now. So that silly floppy idea might not work. Or it might, because I might actually be able to plug it into the very top of this thing. I don't have to just get a, just like a little data card. Alright, there we go. Wire is all plugged in there. It also gives me room here if I wanted to plug in that little floppy drive, which will go here. Up top, right here. So yeah, the solid state drive being here is not a good idea. I'm going to have to move it down here and put it on this cradle here somehow. Which is good because at least I just unscrew it here. Push on some point out. So I'm going to have to figure out how to attach that SD card. Oh, SD, it's solid state. So what I'm thinking is I got these trays here that are down here. I'll just take one of these trays out. And push this PCI cable back in here a little bit. Alright. these spare trays in here, and I believe these are for doing exactly what I need to do there. Maybe not. This thing is extremely heavy now. It's a very heavy tower. And I got this chunk in my hand too, so. Okay, so I figured out I'm actually just going to have to install that SATA drive. Up on the top one, just because it just will not reach at all. Like I said, I'm working with a very limited space here as well, so definitely one of those things I kind of have to finagle. It's kind of forcing me into cable management, which is nice. Got all 4 of those plugged in. But you know what I just realized? I got one of these. Oh, silly me. So let's put everything back to the way it was, because I'm a ditz and I completely forgot I had this extension cable. So I might not even need all those cables at this point. So yeah. Let's run this through the bottom. If I can, maybe. Maybe not. That's fine. Once these SATA cables get in here, though, they bite pretty good, so. I was like, I thought I had another cable, but, you know, I kept telling myself I didn't. So, yep, I made that more difficult than I needed to be. Welcome to my life. This does. So I will not have to move that solid state drive. It can stay down there where I wanted it to. Because I only have two up here left to plug in. So I do not necessarily need this bucket right now. Guess what I can still do? And that's a little floppy drive up there if I wanted to. I thought I had it in here somewhere. Yep, right here. So this will actually probably fit in here just fine. So I am going to disconnect this top one and pull this cradle out and install this in there. And then run this USB wire probably through here or something. And then find a USB header to plug it onto. So I can at least use the internal memory cards at this house. As for the floppy part, I probably won't be able to use it yet because I need to get a extender, which would be fine. Before I plug it down, I need to reattach the solid state drive where I was originally going to put it. So I got plug-ins right here. Plugging into this last one here, so I can just tuck the rest of this. And it also gives me ability, if I wanted to add another drive here, I can. So. There we go, now I got power and everything. Take my spare cable and move it out of the way. This is kind of a spaghetti mess right now, but it'll get fixed here soon. this is going to give me an internal card reader. So if I want to run anything off of that, I can. Let's see if this will work. Oh yeah. It literally fits in perfectly. I'm able to actually access all of the USB ports. It's kind of funny. The thing is, I'm going to put it upside down. Kind of have to put it in upside down because it's got the screw holes don't really line up. It's part of the problem on my end here. Screw holes on top. And I guess I can just botch a couple here. Kind of a fun thing I'm doing here. This isn't a necessity. It's just something I just came across. I was like, this might work. Just think it'd be kind of funny to actually have an internal floppy drive. Well, this one I will put a screw inside because I have to get the floppy drive portion to work, which all I have to do is buy a PCI card to throw in. Definitely gonna put at least 3 in this. Kind of help hold it in there so it doesn't fall out. That's hilarious. See, I've actually got a, the thing is, this thing actually does take SD cards, which is something I really need anyway, so. Very funny idea I just came up with. Somebody's probably like, are you serious? Serious? if I ever had to get access to floppy or anything like that, I actually had to pull the side panel off. But hey, go have it. All internally built. One thing it doesn't have right now is the correct cable to plug in the floppy drive. So like I said, they make those little adapters. And now with an internal floppy. Question is, can I find a header to plug that USB into? Alright, so SATA cable time. So I got a total of 6 on that little thing, and a total of 4 down here at the bottom. So what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to run one cable through there all the way up to the main hard drive. And the rest of them just have to kind of figure that out from there. I don't think I need a really long one for the main hard drive. It's literally right behind the wall. So I'm going to run this cable through here. Plug this directly into the bottom. Let's see if I can. Hope that's not. There it is. Everything I have here is in an L shape, so it'll all fit in that way. Try to put my phone back here so I can see what I'm doing. Desperately need to get a normal flashlight. Spend all this money, you don't spend any money on a normal flashlight. What kind of shenanigans is this? Okay, I'll put this PC back in here. This is going to be a lot of cable management here in the back anyway. Everything isn't just about function. It's also about how it's formed together. I'm having problems trying to get this to plug in down here. Fumble fingers McGee here. I don't think I've ever had any problems trying to plug a SATA cable into a motherboard. There we go. Got it. As for this other one here, it's not going to have a 90 degree because it just doesn't have a capability of doing that. So. Plug it in one end. We'll run it through the bottom here. I can go to one of the drives in the back. As I conveniently stuck it in there, I got it stuck. primarily I only run that one straight down because it's kind of hard to. Are these seriously upside down now? Well, that's hilarious. So the SATA cables are going two different directions. They're going up and then they're going down. Yeah, that's a strange one. I don't reckon I've ever ran into that mess. But, yeah, whatever. And rolling this one out the side. Because that's going to be the beginning of the ones that go higher up. I've got all these cables. Which all conveniently have to fit into this card. I can barely even see. Do it this way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to plug them all in and then I'll run the cables. Trying to build it from the top out. What's funny is not all these cables I have are identical. Some are a little shorter than others, but that's okay. One thing about it, this thing's probably going to be really loud when it's running. It's going to be kind of funny. Just because there's so much going on in it. I don't expect it to be really quiet because of all the hard drives. The hard drives are what's going to be loud. Alright, now these cables here, I gotta run them through. Side here. Like I said, I don't expect it to be really pretty. Make them like longer ones up top. So the blue ones are short, the red ones are long. The black ones are two different sizes. So. What's great about this is I can actually run anything off of pretty much anything in this thing at this point. Because the whole point of this machine is for me to have expandability, and it just pretty much be close to the last machine I'll ever need to build. I'm hoping. I'm really hoping. Alright, cool. And cable management wasn't bad. I kind of wish I had it was a silly CPU fan wire. Might be able to tug it. Just trying to make sure I don't have anything here that's going to restrict any kind of airflow. That's the big reason. Alright, so I think everything is good on this side. Now I gotta put everything together on the back. Now time to figure out the wires here. Set of cable plugs in here. Push that up on the right. This is definitely the weird one. Let's see, let's put this one in at the bottom. Thing is, I have to have the flashlight in hand so I can see exactly what I'm trying to plug in here. I got another one of these weird ones. Here. These are my two shorter ones, and these are going to go down. Actually, I just need one of them. I don't need them both. I'll kind of run it back behind some stuff. So this is where cable management sucks for me. I've never been good at cable management. I don't have the OCD that some people do for that. Let's see here. Cables, both cables. Both cables. Both cables. So these, I'm gonna push these through here like this. There we go. I think I'm all plugged in. This all gets squished because I have a, obviously the side cover all out on. Whew. Wow, that's all I gotta say for this. I think I have two different grid things here, so I don't know. I might actually just put the. Oh, time to power it on, I think. So, yep, time for me to clean up this mess and try to power it on. Forgot to mention, I have to use an external CD-ROM because the tower doesn't support that. I love you too. Okie dokie. And I got a lot of hard drives. These aren't all obviously going to go in. This is the old video card. This is going to go back in this. This is getting rebuilt. And then on the new tower, I actually have to use one of these because it does actually have a media card reader. But this thing is a beast. So, time to get to building this silly thing. Well, that's the end of the video for now. I'm going to end up having more to do with it here soon. I still have to work on putting an operating system and such on. I just pretty much got everything kind of put in the case, and when I first turned it on, it didn't want to post correctly, so I literally had to pull everything apart and redo it again. And it boots up. I finally got BIOS up, stuff like that, but it just doesn't like the hard drive I'm trying to use. So, and maybe a little bit before I'll actually have a follow-up video for this, but hey, I hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you guys around. This has been Plasticon. This is me signing off. Peace out, y'all. I'll see you around. That's it for now. Bye. It's the next day, and I am doing my full backup system here because I'm trying to clone this drive to put in this when it's done. So that way I'll have two machines that run pretty much the same thing. I'm doing a little bit of research. I'm only going to be able to install 2 of these because I don't have enough of these style of power connectors. I do have one there for a floppy drive, so I can install a floppy in this. I happen to have one around here somewhere, so that might actually be an option. It'll probably have to go somewhere in one of the bays that I have to kind of open up to be able to put one in, which would be kind of interesting, so I might just do that. But so far it looks like Like I said, I've got to install this thing here somewhere on this tower. Probably gonna have it, considering it's gonna be USB, I might actually just plug it into the back and attach it somewhere to the very back of the machine. Maybe somewhere here in this area here that isn't going to interfere with the card, but then again, I kind of need it to be accessible, so I don't know. And this thing's got some pretty large gaps here for running cables and such underneath this, so that may be an option. I don't know yet. I haven't figured that out yet, but yeah, everything here is installed so far. That stuff's just sitting on top of empty box. Don't worry, there's nothing in that box. Yeah, this is the original power supply that this machine here had. So obviously it's all dirty. I'm going to take and knock all the junk out of the fans and all that. I actually pop it apart since it's not powered up. Clean it out real good before I put it back in that machine. I've used this for many years, so it's probably a little dirty on the inside. I don't think it's like gone bad or anything, because it hasn't. It was a good little power supply, and it's gone through a lot, so probably just gonna clean it up a little bit. I'll probably do the same for that one. But we're waiting, and this is taking forever. These backups really take a long time. Anyway, that's all I got for now.